Hello and welcome to a new stream. Yeah, it said 8 only on the vertical stream. I forgot to change the number on the horizontal one. My bad. But I think now the like I'm just trying to make that the horizontal stream has the avatars. Like it should have the avatars. So hello Miho, hello Nick, hello Murder World. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, today what are we going to do? I saw Miho try the game yesterday. So I said it vaguely in Discord that there is a new version out now with everything that we've done for the last couple of weeks. Yes. So we have audio. We have like I also made a change log so you can see whatever is new there. Um, so if you haven't tried it and you want to try it, it's there. And Mijo's found some errors that I will try to fix today. And also, I'll try to, yeah, let me show you what I'm going to be doing today. Let me put my background, my virtual background here. Okay, so this, I don't know if I will do this now because this is very important and I'm going to explain what this is in a second, but let's just put this here. The It's going to be the last task if we ever do it today. And yeah, it seems to work. And Nick, you say, "Don't worry, Roman, I will. I'm a little preoccupied though." Preoccupied with what? And Nepal is here. It says, "Hi, Roman and chat. Welcome to the stream, Nepal. Welcome, welcome." Um, yeah. So this thing, I'm gonna be fix some bugs. So there is a bug where, let me see. There's a bug where there's like multiple landings at the same time that has been here for a while, but now it's a little bit annoying because when you get it, this happens. The audio goes crazy and the particles too, so it's more annoying now than it was before. Yeah, I'm gonna fix that. What else? Let me pause this and let me bring up Notion again. Yeah, Miho found an error where if you kill a lot of enemies outside of the zone, there you can't destroy the core. I don't really understand how that happens, but I guess I'll figure it out. And since Miho is here, I can just ask him, how did you find that error? Like, you kill a lot of enemies outside of the zone, and that causes it to so you no longer can destroy the core. I don't really get it, but I'll try to figure it out. Also, I will do a flying enemy today, so new enemy that will make it a little bit harder for you, so you can't really stand on a fence to not get hurt. So yeah, that's like the main thing for today. If we get the time, um, yeah, I'm not sure if I will do this, but let me explain what this is. So UI and input redesign. When I was playing it, and every time I test this, is there is a slight inconvenience for me at least, and I think for you too. Maybe it's not a very big deal for you, but I think it could be better. So whenever you play, you're going to use the arrow keys for casting spells, right? So the problem with that is not that you can't move, because you can still move while casting error while casting spells, but you need to move your hand from the mouse. So what I thought is, and this is why I won't implement it today, or I want to leave it for last before I do version 0.2 of this game, uh, because it's going to change a lot of how you cast the spells. So instead of having the arrows, I could leave the arrows be, and you could also use it that way if you like it. But in Cortex, you say, "Ada, I'm failed in exam." Oh, that's bad, bad to hear. I'm sorry about that, dude. But dude, next time you you have to like study and study and study, and hopefully you will do better next time. Um, yeah, so this is like, have you ever played uh, Warband or Bannerlord, one of those games where you to attack, I don't know, the right, you have to go, you have to basically make your mouse go right, you know, and it snaps to one position, so up, down, left, and right. I want to do the same, so your whenever you press Control, instead of just pressing the arrows, uh, you will have like an arrow that you will move with your mouse, and it will snap to either up, down, left, and right. And when you want to like lock it in and do up, down, left, and right, you will just click one time. So that will fix the problem with having to lift your hand from your mouse, and will also allow you to move around and do whatever you want while you're casting spells, but also will still be cool because you have to like move the direction. So I won't do this now because I want to try this. I don't know if this will be in the game or not. So yeah, I will do the bug fixing first, then do the flying enemy, and if we have time, I'll pick one of those tasks from to do, and probably I leave this for as the last task. Even though I want to do it now, I still don't know if the it will be in the game, because it needs to be tried first. So let me read you for a second before I start actually writing code and fixing stuff. So Nick, you say stuff 100%. I don't want to risk having my new drive go boom boom during formatting. You're formatting your drive, and Nick, you say, yeah, Roman, I think you just have way too many useless checks for the zone in general. If you can get out of it, why should only the ones inside count? Because I wanted to make that you can't, or like you have to be in the area, you know? You have to be in the area so you don't escape and go roaming around everywhere else. Uh, because it's harder if you're in the area to beat the enemies. And it's so easy to just run around and uh, beat the enemies from far away. That's why I want to have that thing right there. But I'm willing to change it. I'm willing to change it if you don't like it. And yeah, Neville says, "Damn, sorry to hear that, bro." And here, the last messages. And Nick, you say, for them to spawn, you need to be inside already, though. Okay, so you need to be inside one time. But once you're inside, they will start spawning either way. It doesn't matter if you're outside. And Spark to say, or Cortex to say, no, never. I will come there and assist you. I will come there and assist you. What? And Miho will say, what if the cube stuff on the spawner gets connected? So if you don't kill anything inside, then the spawner counter won't go down. Um, could be, could be. If you don't kill anything inside, then the spawner counter won't go down. But that's, or really, that's what happens right now. Like, the only thing is that if you're outside of the area, it will get replenished. The amount of enemies that you have to kill will get replenished. That's the only difference. Sparky say no, never. I will come there and assist you. You're talking about like coming here to the stream and hang out. Um, well, dude, I appreciate you joining, but if you have to like study is more important than joining me, even though it could be boring. And Miho, you say that seems to not be happening according to my bug report. Okay, I'm gonna figure that out, but first, let me fix the. Say I will help you for make better YouTube videos to give me $1 a month. That would be exploitation. Um, okay, so first thing, first thing I'm fixing today, this. So let's go into the player folder, and I have the player movement. So yeah, and here, player movement. So there is a function here from the kinematic character controller package, or well, the motor itself, um, that is about landing. So let me find probably like ground, something like ground. Mm, jump on ground hit. That's the one. And need to say I'd go on a rant about game design and that Roman just doesn't want to think about the UX. But I said it too many times for it to be funny anymore. Doesn't care about the UX. I do care. I do care about it. It's just not a priority right now. But the thing is, I will fix that and I'll find a way to solve the problems. Just I think it's better if I handle the real errors now that are very annoying, and then I'll make the thing fun. I care about it, but not right now. It's not a priority right now, you know. But I'll take care of that. Okay, so let's go back in here and yeah. So this is getting called multiple times. The on ground hit, it's getting called multiple times. So I have to either okay, but if you fix the error or problem, just grab the solution later. What's the point? But why would I scrap the solution later? It's just an error that I'm fixing errors that are not related to the zone itself. It's just errors from the character movement and whatever that are very annoying. But uh, yeah, instead of I'm gonna hear you. I'm gonna hear you. So after we do this problem or solve these problems, I'm going to not do the flying enemy, but write another task or write complete task for UX. Okay. I'm going to do that other task, so you know that I do care about this. Okay. Um, yeah. So here, I'm gonna. I probably could get away with having some sort of um. I could have a check for distance basically. So I'm gonna have in here, let's say movement, jump in air, references, other, move input, awake. Mm, I think here on movement probably. So not movement speed, but it's gonna be mm, private. What is it going to be? It's gonna be, I'm going to store the previous vector, vector 3, last ground hit pose position. So in here, and I'm going to do Control F, ground hit. Yeah, so in there, or I'm going to do just on ground hit, so I always know where that is. And need to say, yeah, yeah, sure. If the zone is not an understandable system, fixing it to be how you want it to want it just for you to change it later if it turns out non-understanded. That's a waste of time, in my opinion. Mm, yes. I don't know what to tell you. It is a waste of time, but sometimes like trying stuff is like for example, the thing that I'm going to try with changing the controls for them to be better, you don't know if they will be better. You just guess. You're not going to be sure until people try it. So sometimes time wasting is not that bad if it makes you progress or eliminate things that you eliminate doubts from what you think something can be because you already know what it is once people try it. And need to say you should just like write down the word game design on a sticky note on your monitor or something. Nah, not doing that. Okay, here. So on ground hit, what I'll do first is do the last ground hit position. And that's gonna be equal to vector 3, or not vector 3, but transform that position. So before doing that, I will like to do a check. So it's gonna do bool. It's gonna go bool. I need to say I get you, but you don't have time to test everything all the time. Yeah, it's not that I'm disagreeing with you or anything. Um, but sometimes it's like it's hard. Like game design is hard. Okay, game design is hard, and you do things or things. You think about something that you think is going to be good, and sometimes people just don't like it, or sometimes it's good in your head, but it's not good in the game. So you have to like try stuff out. And need to say it was 777. Why is it 40? And Murder World, you're back. Welcome back, Murder World. Yeah, so I'm gonna do a bull, and it's gonna be well, uh, animate equals, and it's gonna be the distance. So distance vector 3 that distance, and I want to get the distance from the last ground position, ground hit position, to the transform that position. And if that is I have to tweak it. I have to have a threshold for this. So serialize field like this. It's gonna be a float, private float. Um, on hit distance or ground hit distance threshold, and it's gonna be 0.2 f at first, or I think that's a lot. Let's do 0.1. Let me write a tooltip for this. So here, tooltip, so I know what this is for. Um, the distance it has, mm, the distance, there should be from uh, one ground hit to another. I think that's good for the tooltip. Let's see. So now let's go back there, and I'm gonna use that threshold. Threshold. So that's gonna be If that distance is more than the threshold, then I'm going to animate. So animate is going to be true. Otherwise, if animate equals here, if animate is false equals false, then I'm going to return. So nothing will happen here. And Nepal says, by the way, Warframe tonight. Been playing Helldivers Helldivers still like crazy. I need a break from that. Warframe. We'll go to Warframe again. I saw your stream the other day. You were playing. I think I don't know if you were playing with Art. Uh, but pretty cool. Warframe is a pretty cool game. Okay, so maybe only this will fix it. Let's see. He'll probably say, yeah, I was playing that with him. He knows his stuff. Yeah, he seems to know his stuff. And Nate, you say, I also paid 20. I'm not 20. Let's see. It's better. It's already better. I would have to just only like modify the thresholds. But let's modify the threshold then. Go into player and it's on player movement, movement speed, ground hit distance threshold. Yeah, so I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger, so 0.11 instead of just 1 or 0.1. And Nepal, you say, okay, before I ask this question, yes, I'm out of the loop. Yes, I'm a moron. Does your game have a survival wave based mode? It's kind of like that. And dude, don't be afraid to to ask whatever. It's not stupid. Whatever you can ask, it's not stupid. Uh, so yeah, you have to like enter this kind of zone, and then the enemies will start spawning. So it's kind of like a wave system. The only thing different is that you have to go into the zone to start the wave. And Nepo, say if you have a build available, I want to play it on stream. Yeah, I dropped new version yesterday. After the stream, I dropped a version. So if you want to play it, it's there on itch.io. Need to say, I'll prove that's not the case. The case of what? With the gambling stuff? Are you talking about the gambling? Need to say, I'm so good at gambling. Okay, so there's still some parts where this could happen. I could also have a cooldown, but I don't want to. And Nepal, you say, does it have controller support? When do you plan on adding it? If not, I think you should be able to move. I think it's already like supported, but there's no control support really. You won't be able to cast the spells because they are hard coded to the arrow keys and control. So not right now. You'll be able to like move. That's it. But when will I do controller support? Probably later, very later. Like I don't think I'll give proper thought to that until, I don't know, some months, could be some months. I'm finding places where the landing could be triggered infinitely. And I don't think that that happens anymore. I'm still going to make sure, just making the threshold a little bit higher. So instead of 0.11, it's going to be 0.125. And me only say this game would be sick on a controller, not having to move my hand from my mouse to the arrow keys. Yeah, I think it would be cool. I thought of, well, I'm gonna change the controls in a while. So when I do change them, maybe I could have like controller support, but I'm not going to promise anything because I don't know if I will I will do it then. Yeah, it seems to be working okay. Now in here. Yeah, there are still some places like this where it happens. I'm gonna make the threshold like, I don't know, 0.2. Very, very big. Still work, it still happens. But what's the problem with this? I'd like to see, I'd like to debug this to see the distance. So debug.log, I'm gonna do distance. Probably would like to have time there too. So time, time. So distance is going to be, um, well, this thing here. Maybe a float. Yeah, distance. So I can see where is it getting activated, so I can better tweak the threshold. And you can say an actual proper use for D-pad is interesting. Yeah, it could be good. It could be good on controller. Actually, it could be very good on controller. And you say character is immortal. Yeah, it's immortal now. Oh, so you can't really die. You can't really die on the version that I published yesterday because I forgot to tweak that. That's a problem. Because now I'm just testing the game, and that's okay. But probably you'd like to, like, I don't know, die if they like kill you. Like that's how it should work. So probably have another version today, probably, where you can really die after stream. Okay, so here distance, it's 0.2. Let's see. So if I go to the console, it's triggered 0.09, 0.009. Yeah, but why is that? Okay, because I'm calling this, I forgot. I'm calling this before returning, so I'm calling it every single time. And yeah, the book that we're trying to fix is the one with uh, having that thing play multiple times, the landing. And it's just not the sound or not the particles or not the animation, it's everything. And Miho say, how are you doing it? Are you not checking player velocity? I'm not checking player velocity, but rather checking the last, like I'm gonna grab the last valid ground hit, and I'm going to have a distance threshold that it should basically like be have a distance from one ground hit to another. So it came became 0.7. Let's do 0. I think 0.2 is too low. And you say next played only when you fall more than 0.5 y or something. Um, yeah, makes sense. I actually could filter. I could filter the X on the set because that's interfering too. Now let's do a 0.5, and I'm actually going to listen to Nate with the Y thingy because I'm doing it for the whole vector, the distance to of the whole vector. So ground hit, distance, threshold. Mm, yeah, let's do 0.5. So 0.5. But I think I saw a 0.7 somewhere, so I'm gonna do 0.8. Okay, it gets triggered here. What about a 1? That's still triggering it. So yeah, let's do. I'm just gonna save the Y then. Last ground hit Y pose. I'm gonna call this last ground hit Y pose, and this is no longer a vector tree, but it's just a float. So last ground hit Y pose is gonna be transform that position that Y, and here, what I'll do is last ground hit Y position is just I'm just going to get the distance from, well, how do you get the distance of something? I can just probably, well, first is gonna be just transform that position that Y, but I want to probably do minus and math that ABS that. So in there, let's think about this because okay, let's say I'm in 1 in Y and I want to drop to yeah, let's say 0.5. So it will do minus 0.5. Yeah, that's going to be the distance. And if it becomes a negative, I'm going to have that math that ABS controlling that. So it's always going to be positive. And Mihoyo say also sometimes they can get stuck. So it would be nice to have an indicator to the enemies when there's like 5 of them left. Okay. Yeah. Let me put that there on Notion. Um I'm gonna write the full task later. Indicator for enemies left. for low amount of enemies left. I'll write it better after I fix this. So last ground hit position. Yeah, this is no longer going to work. But let me do here. I'm just going to copy this. Going to copy this. And what's the problem in here? This. Yeah, now let's save and see what those distances are. Let's see. And now it's good, it seems. And now it's okay. There is a problem here. I think it's just having a higher threshold. So let's do 0.5. That should solve this. Yeah, but here, for example, yeah, it shouldn't be that big, because otherwise, if you jump, won't get triggered, and there's a problem. If it doesn't get triggered, the animation won't reset. So I don't know if you noticed, but the character feed shouldn't look this way. So yeah, that's a problem. Let's do 0.4 then, or 0.35. 0.35. Honestly, if there is a problem with it, I don't think it bothers me anymore. What bothered me before was constantly calling this like a ton of times. There doesn't seem to be a problem now. No problem now. And yeah, he's just being a silly guy on his tippy toes. Yeah, that's the problem. I think it's just a matter of tweaking the threshold. Oh. I think it's okay now. 0.25 seems to do well. No. But where is the problem? Because he gets on his tippy toe, so that means it's not processing the landing, like it's not landing. Okay. And Miho, we say, oh yeah, there's a bug report in gaming. Let me check. Let me first let's do 0.25. Okay, so it's not triggering. 0.2. Oh, I know why. Because when I jump, the last hit position is the one where I came from. So it's never going to trigger no matter the it doesn't matter the what the threshold is. Okay, so I need to fix that with jump, like making that when I jump, it gets reset. Yeah, let me check the book report there. Okay, so Roman, I think the issue didn't completely go away, though there is some progress. This is the second wave. Also graveyard. Damn, I thought this was already like gone. Oh, but I think he's playing the a previous version. That's the problem. He's playing a previous version because you can see that the skybox is different now. That's how I could tell. He's playing the last or the previous version because the sky doesn't look like that anymore. So I'm gonna tell him in there. Yeah, I was very worried. I was very worried about that because like I don't know what it could be if that was a problem. Um, yeah, and there seems to be some improvements though. uh, you're playing the previous version. I'm gonna do silly cat. I love the tonkat. Okay, so mi homie say, so I've done some testing. Here's what I got. When I kill enemies outside the zone, it does track some of those deaths. It seems, however, those newly added and newly re-added enemies spawn really slowly, and after a while they stop spawning. But the cube is still invincible. Hence, all enemies' deaths were not tracked properly, and enough enemies did not spawn. Maybe I didn't reset the the spawning. Okay, so now let's go and see that. But let me just have this as let me take a screenshot of this here, and let me go into Notion and put this in here. So I'm gathering the reports here for this error. Yeah, so this thing I need to make that when you jump. When you jump, this doesn't or this needs to trigger no matter where you go. So I could have a variable for that. Let me see on jump. Last press jump time here. Yeah, I do the jump. Force on ground, velocity y, jump impulse. Hmm. So I could just make the y. Yeah, I'm just gonna make last last ground hit y position is gonna be set to basically 0. So there's like a whole um there's a lot of difference there. Or let me do 100. So after jumping the ground hit should always be triggered. I think that should fix it. And you know, say graveyard is fix it. I thought. Yeah, I thought that too. I thought that like I got very scared because I didn't know what could be the problem then. Seba, what's up? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? ¿Cómo va, Seba? Um, or 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 or. Yeah. So now I think it's working well. I don't think it was the threshold that I had to adjust. It's just okay. Yeah, I do have to adjust the threshold to let's do 2.5 or 0.25, and it shouldn't be triggering anymore. But now if I jump, it's always gonna trigger no matter what. So it seems to be well now. And whenever I jump, it's always going to trigger that landing. Yeah, it seems like it. Seems like it. Yeah, so now let's go in here and have that. Let's put that into GitHub. And let's give this a message in here. Where did the stream avatars go? They just disappear sometimes. Like I have to reassign them, or like reassign the stream where they're getting picked from. Okay, so back here and GitHub. Yeah, so this got fixed. No more or landing doesn't get. And Seba, you say I'm always in silence during stream, but this time you said or like or. Yeah, you had to type something. Well, I'm glad. Thank you for joining, dude. Really appreciate it. Yeah. So landing doesn't get triggered infinitely or multiple times. Yeah, that's it. So landing doesn't get triggered infinitely on certain places anymore. So commit 2 files to main, switch to origin, and that's it. That's done, fixed. Now for this, let's analyze this. Killing everyone outside the bubble makes that the player can no longer destroy the core. That's associated with the way I spawn things in the wave manager. So let's go into the wave manager first. Let's open that. Here on managers, I have the yeah, that one, wave manager. So let's check what's happening. Marco September is here, says, Yo Roman. What's up, Marco? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. How is it going? Yeah, let's see where my function is. Spawn enemies in subwave. That's the one that's controlling all the spawning. So I want to know where I'm resetting the time to spawn normal min, and where am I using this? Oh, so if there are no available enemies list indexes, I'm going to do this. And Marco, you say I just had my algebra 2 midterm. Cool. How did it go? How did it go? Hey, Marco, I'm leaving it up to you. I guess, well, I don't know. I don't really know. I hope it went well. I hope it went awesome. SM Gamer says, what are you making? Hello, SM Gamers. Making a game, a magic game, where you use the like Helldivers or Magicka system to cast spells. So here it is. You use the arrows to like select spells, and you defeat waves of enemies here. There's like just 3 defensive spells right now. But yeah, that's what I'm doing here. I'm currently working on fixing something. There's a bug in the game where enemies start spawning slowly if you kill the enemies outside of the zone. And you say, "Cool, bro. I'm glad you like it." Marco, you say, but fairly good. 50, but fairly good. Okay, so you passed then. So that's good. That's good. Maybe it wasn't perfect or anything, but you passed. So cool. Nick, you say the sound effects sound much better than yesterday, though. Uh, Thank you. We were tweaking yesterday. We were tweaking the sound effects a lot, so I'm glad it's sounding better. Okay, so in here, let's see where I'm using the time to spawn slow mid. Yeah, here. I'm using it here. Hmm. Yeah, so this is just because there are no longer available enemies. So when there's no longer available enemies to spawn, that means the ones that were spawned, like already spawned and hasn't been killed, I think. Need to say, yesterday I managed to win 3 times in a row as an imposter using meetings as my main strategy. Let's go. Uh, has been a while since I have played um Among Us. We should we should play together. Um, I think before maybe we could do like an event or something where we play just together. I won't be streaming though because if I stream, like stream sniping is gonna be very obvious. But before this year ends, we could play Among Us together. Would be cool. Okay, int run enemy index. So yeah, that's just spawning. If there are no longer more available enemies, then I'm going to just spawn a random one, and it's going to the spawn timer is going to decrease in time basically. You say, yo, tell that to Nepal. Uh, Among Us event, he'll instantly be on board with Arte. Yeah, I think they'll like to play. Okay, so this is what's interrupting or making it so it goes to here. It shouldn't go to here, or the problem is that it's going to this, it's running this code more times than it should have, than it should run. Need to say, they were telling me that I should play Risk of Rain 2 with them for a long ass time. Yeah, Risk of Rain is very, very good. Uh, if I ever played it, I'll be obsessed. Like I remember playing a lot of Risk of Rain 2, but you should give them give it a try and play with them. Okay, so available enemy list indexes. I'm clearing it and I'm calculating it here. So current subwave, enemies in wave quantities. And where am I changing this? Where am I changing this? Enemies in wave quantities is more than enemies spawned. Enemies in wave index. So enemies spawned here. Let me debug this. Let me debug this so I can see exactly what's happening. So what do I want to know? What do I want to know? Well, I want to know first of all, let's go in here. Let's do debug.log. And I want to know multiple things. So I want to know the how many available enemies are there. Available available enemies list count. So how many counts? So that's gonna be available enemy list indexes dot count. What else? It's gonna be, well, I would like to know for all the enemies, to be honest. Okay, I'm gonna do something. I'm only going to do a debug if it gets to here. So debug.log, and I'm gonna do a for. I'm gonna do for int. Let's do x equal 0. So starting from 0, 0 like that. X is less than. You need to say relative superior for keeping money though. Compared to slots, you can get 5x, but it's so rare that it's not worth it. For x is less than the what? Current subwave, current subwave, enemies in wave index that count. So for each enemy, basically, I'm going to do x plus plus. For each enemy, I'm going to debug something. Debug that log, or I could just do one message. I could do a string. String res equal. It's gonna be empty for now, and I'm going to do result. Basically, I'm going to add um, a line break, or no, that's gonna be at last. But yeah, let me put it here. A line break. So that's the line break, I think. But here, yeah, I want to see the enemy quantity and the enemy spawned, basically. So in here, I'm gonna do this. So yeah, let's do this. The current subwave or wave enemy quantities. Gonna be that plus this to string, and this is just an int, so plus I have to use x in here. Yeah, let's do that. And what else do I need? I want to do basically just copy these values. Yeah, this. In here, and I'm gonna do a line break here. This should be x to string plus plus. And what is this? This is gonna be enemies spawned. Yeah, enemies spawned. So now I just do that, and after the for, I'm just going to debug that log the result. The will is benevolent. You truly have become gambling addicts. Okay. Now let's try to recreate. Okay, no, I no longer need this set message that I had before. So the distance, I'm going to just joink. Doesn't exist anymore. Wait for the second 12 again. Okay. So now I'm gonna recreate what you did, Mijo, with just killing the enemies outside. And it should get called when the log should get called only when they start spawning slowly. There should be like, I don't know, 50 enemies spawning in a wave, so it's gonna take a little while. Marco is betting too. Yeah, I don't see the message. But the thing is, why would they count if You are basically outside of the area. And they're never going to count. They only count if you're inside. But now I see. Now I see. Okay, wave enemy quantity is an enemy spawn. It's 27. Wave enemy quantity is 27. Enemy spawn 27. By going here, let's see. And is me hold Roman? No, see if you can finish this round. See if you're able to. Okay, I'll try. Where did the enemies go? Well, there's still some enemies spawning. Yeah, but very slowly, right? Just very slowly. Yeah. Let's see what's happening. Well, first of all, I could just do that. Okay, let's see. Because I think I'm still counting enemies whenever you kill them. Um, even if you're outside of the zone. Because there's a function here, I think it's enemy something. No, I'm in player movement. Why am I in player movement here? Enemy. Um Death? Yeah, enemy death. So player is spawn zone, enemy quota achieved plus increase amount. So I'm increasing amount there. Mm, if alive enemies can have that enemy is going to remove that from there, and enemy quota achieved is more or equal than current data subwaves. Mm, can spawn equals false. Let's see. Enemy quota achieved is more or equal than current wave data, subwave datas. So before I do any changes, Nick wanted me to like basically remake this whole thing because I could just do. Yeah, I'm already doing the player in spawn zone equal false. I'm gonna return. Um, well, first of all, this should happen anyway. This thing should happen anyway. No matter what. Live enemies should be removed from there. Increase amount. Enemy quota achieved. Enemy quota achieved. Increase amount. Set color intensity. If the enemy quota achieved is more or equal than current wave subway data. Gun spawn equal false. If gun spawn equal false, then I'm going to do live enemies, unalive enemies that count is less than 1. Okay, here I'm gonna put a message for me, for my later self. I'm gonna say, start, or if there is less than 5 enemies, kill them with, I don't know, I'll probably like do, like put an arrow on them, so it's easier for you to see where they are. Less than 5 enemies, show them to the player. Maybe an arrow on their head or something. Let's try again. Let's try again, because that could be the problem that was messing all this up. Gamble kits, it's good for you. Okay, let's go again. Dude, I just love seeing the shader, this shader for the zone. I just love it. It doesn't get appreciated enough. Okay, but I'm killing enemies here. I need to kill enemies outside. Yeah, here's why I made that the kills only count when you're inside the zone, because you can just go and run around and like just don't care about the enemies and like basically group them, and they are going to not be able to do anything. And Miho, you say the visuals and audio of this game goes so hard. Thanks, dude. I know, right? So cool. Audio just makes everything go way better. And the visuals are just so silly. I also need to make that the fire enemies can't be, like, you can't inflict fire damage to fire enemies, so they don't get like the effect of damage over time. But you see, you can go like very far away from where the wave is, and why? You shouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, fire could heal them. Yeah, fire could heal them. Now it's only doing half the damage. So I think, like, if you're, let's say in the future, there's like a lot more spells, and you have like a fire only build, you should be still able to defeat them, you know? But realistically, like you're just going to do half the damage to them, but realistically you should heal them. So I don't know. And Miho, you say you're welcome for complicating things for you. Yeah, it's always a pleasure to complicate things for me. Okay, let's go again. Go there again. Enemy spawned. Let's pause. Let's pause and read the messages here. Okay, so the last one, there are 25 enemies, and 28 has been spawned. Or where can I see this? Enemies spawned. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna go into that function, like the one that controls the spawning. And here, enemies in wave index that count. Yeah, this is not going to change a lot of times. Yeah, this is not going to change a lot of times. It's just being assigned one time, right? Yeah, current subway. But current subway data, that's changing. Subway data, subway enemies index. Let's see. Can spawn equal false. Yeah, let's go there again. So enemies in wave index that count. I plus plus. Dude, time goes so fast for me. It's already 1 hour and a half since I started the stream. It's crazy. Um, okay, so current subwave, enemies in wave quantities, enemies spawned. Hmm. Where am I changing enemies spawned? Where? And Miho say 1.5 hours and a bug fixed. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so player outside of penalty. Here I'm changing the enemy spawn that count. So for everyone in the count, enemy spawn wilts. What was wilts? Just a list that stores the enemy spawn indexes where their value is larger than 0. With indexes larger than 0. Okay. With indexes larger than 0. Mm, yeah, and on enemy death. Well, okay, yeah. I'm no longer looking for this function. I just need the other things highlighted. So I'm getting distracted with that. Here, enemy spawn wheels. So enemy spawn is larger than 0. Then for each one of, if I is less than player outside of penalty, for int I, player outside of penalty. Why is this written like this? If enemy spawn wields that count is more than 0, for int I equals 0, I is less. Yeah, I think there's a problem here too. When did I write this? When did I write this? Um Yeah, so this, I don't think this should work like this. Mm, yeah, because I need to check for this, basically. Is enemies spawn wilds that count? I think that's it. And random.range equals 0 and the count. So just gonna throw a random there or no. Player outside of zone penalty. Okay, so here I'm just grabbing a random that range from the count. So why is it a 4? Enemy spawn random minus equal player outside of zone penalty. If enemy spawn random is less than 0, enemy spawn. Okay, but why this is a 4? Who wrote this? It's just me making silly mistakes. Okay, I think that was the problem. 0 and enemy spawn wilds count. Yeah, because I only want to do this once. I don't need a 4 for anything. Mm, yeah, I think that's it. And enemy quota achieved is less than 0, then enemy quota achieved is going to be 0. Okay. Should we try one more time? I don't think this will fix anything, to be honest. I'm gonna try it one more time just to see. Okay. Let's go there and see if I can get a message again for killing a lot of enemies outside. I forgot that I did some sounds for like different sound steps for no. I love it. I should start making sound earlier in development. Like I just like it so much, but I get distracted too. So sound just give me so much dopamine. And Miho always say there's so many features that he's forgetting them. Yeah. Well, it's hard to keep track when you do. I'm just like knocking stuff from the list of tasks as fast as I can. And well, I'm not only doing things fast, but uh, trying to not have that error popping up again or trying to make things final. Um, and when you're going that fast, like you can see, we just spent what, 2 weeks or 6 days, 6 days of changes, and there's like a whole list of changes, and we're going at a good speed, really, a good speed of development. And I'm gonna go outside and see. Okay, key not found exception. The given key 1 was not present in the dictionary. Here, for int e equal 0, I is less than enemy spawned dot count. He's going too fast. We're gonna crush this guy. Nah, I don't think so. We're going at a good speed. The enemy spawned that count. Yeah, for each one of those, if. But why is it throwing me an error here? The given key 1 was not present in the dictionary. Here. Enemy spawned and I called 1. So why would this throw me an error if there's. Like I just need to know. Enemy spawned E. Mm, Not entirely sure. Yeah, I'm not sure at all why this is happening. You always say won't scratch if you're drunk. Yeah, I have to keep like I have to start drinking. And need to say maybe because its length is fixed and you're adding it. Okay, I'm doing E. I'm starting from 0. And I'm doing enemy spawn that count. So enemy spawn should it doesn't matter what the count is. It's gonna start from 0. And it's gonna do E plus plus. Yeah, it's gonna do E plus plus. And here, so it's gonna start from 0. So the index here, I'm just accessing it through E. So this won't go further than what the length of this is. And Miho, you say, as a Python guy, why is that a thing? And you say, oh, yes, which it wasn't either. I don't think I'm doing anything weird here because I'm clearing this here. This is not throwing. This is not the thing throwing me an error, or is it? What if I? Is this is this line throwing me an error, or is this one throwing me an error? Because let's read the full thing in here. Wave manager, player outside of zone penalty. Yeah. Then I call this. You say nicked. What if the E thing in the list is already deleted? But if it's deleted, it shouldn't be counted. If it doesn't exist, it's not going to be counted. Set to null. Let me see. Let me see. I think there may be somewhere that I'm clearing this. Yeah, here. Reset subwave, I'm clearing this. And I'm adding. So, yeah, but there's no place where I'm setting this to be null. You say, I've had that happen in my chain display script. You say, I hate dealing with lists and arrays. They're just so helpful. Like, they can get, especially with the indexes and stuff, it can be um, annoying sometimes to deal with them, but they're super helpful. And you say, I've had that happen in my chain display. Okay, yeah. Now, where else? I want to check every single time that I'm basically calling this or assigning something here. Because I'm never setting anything to null. And this is the last place. Yeah. And need to say I haven't either, but removing all and clearing left just an empty space instead of deleting the entry. Hmm, I see what you mean. So you say that, for example, I have two values that I added, and then if I clear, those values will get set to like null. Um, I don't know. Let me go into in here. This is the what is this? The twin. Oh, okay, yeah, that's my chat with ChatGPT about the twin library. Okay, so list dot clear Unity C chart. ChatGPT, my beloved. You need to say I didn't shorten the list. It's just nothing. I don't know. Can you not check that in editor? I can't check that in editor. They're good, but they're bad. Yes. And Miho will say there's something there, and that thing is void. Um, Let me see what clear does exactly. No, I don't want to go into discussion. Like I just want to know what array that clear does. Why is in Spanish?
Array clear.
Translate to English? But why is in Spanish? Okay. Var hello new array hello world. Hello that clear now contains zero elements. And need to say, oh yeah, because void and null are different representations of nothing. They're different. I hate it here. Uh, but every other time that I've used clear, it just gets rid of everything. I'm gonna do a debug.log, I guess. Let's see what the count is. Let's see what the count of this is for. Well, let's go in here where the error was getting thrown. Int e, and why am I using e instead of I? Not sure. Oh, because I had one. I had I here. Um. Yeah. So enemies spawn wilds. Yeah, that's not the one that I'm looking for. It's enemies spawn that count. So what is enemy spawn that count before I do any of those things? Debug.log enemies. Or I'll do what you said, Nick. I'll just serialize this so I can see it on the inspector. Private dictionary. Oh, this is not a list. This is not a list. This is a dictionary. This is a dictionary. So let's go see that. So enemies spawned, and the dictionary is just an index. So that's the problem. Yeah. So that's a problem. Um, Here I'm accessing. Hmm. Well, I need to get the to filter or to do a for in an array or in a dictionary. I'll need to get the values of them. So let's do here. think it's gonna be what? Uh, let's see. This is int and int. And me always say, what's the point of an index dictionary? The thing with the dictionary is that it's super easy to, whenever I want to see, let's say I want to know how many enemies are there, but specifically how many enemies are there that have the index 1, like how many enemies are uh, fire. You know, I could just do 1, and I get the values of how many enemies are there from that. Yeah, because I want to have them separated in indexes, you know? Because I have another list that has everything. Okay, now this spawn will e. So how did I never get an error from this? How did I never get an error from this? So Control C. Yeah, 0 is type 1, type A, 1 is type B, so dict 1 is all type A count. Yes, exactly. Or yeah, dict 1 would be everything in type B, like every single instance of the enemy type B. And Nick say, I'm gonna ask Art next time I see him with what a dick is, like practically. Well, it is something like having two lists. But you can use whatever you want for a key. It's a key value pair, so instead of well, you could have the same behavior of a dictionary with two lists, but you would always have to convert your values from the keys if you're using, I don't know, a string or whatever, to a number, so it can be accessed as an index of the other list. Okay, so I want to see how it was working before. So I had this going on before, had that going on before. Yeah, exactly what Mihal said. So you could use uh, two lists to do a dictionary. It would be a little bit more difficult to just associate keys that are not basically ones or like numbers. Basically like JSONs. Yeah, it could be. Okay, let's go there where I was before. Get valid spawn point. No. Player outside of stone penalty. Yes, here. Yeah, so I'm not going to touch this for now. So I want to know where where the other error was being thrown. Dude, I failed everything. I just want to see the message. I should probably make the waves be shorter, just to see the errors faster. Because killing like 50 enemies every time I want to see the message, probably not a good idea. Dude, I really need to change the value so I can see the messages faster. Okay, now I see the message. Okay, why enemies quantity 26 and has been 27 enemies has been spawned, and the ones that should have been spawned are 26. Okay. Okay, first of all, how is this not throwing me an error? How is this not throwing me an error? Let me spawn the account. It should, I think. Just let's see. The count, it doesn't matter. So for this example, the count would be, I would have two things on this dictionary. There will be one key that I'm going to be accessing, and it's going to be it's going to hold the value, like the value of that is going to be how many enemies of normal enemies are there. So 0 is going to be that, and 1 is going to be the fire one. So enemy spawned in here. So enemy spawned, I'm just accessing 0, then 1, and this is only going to throw me an error if I get to the this is only going to throw me an error if I get to a snowy area, because then it's going to try to access the number 2, or sorry, number 1, and there's no number 1 because it's just 0 and 2. Is there a way to access index of a dictionary? Unity C sharp. No, I don't want AI in that. In C sharp and Unity, standard dictionary is fundamentally unordered. Yeah, that's the thing with dictionaries. They don't have an order. So you can't really access them sequentially like that. For in a dictionary. Unity C sharp. Yeah, I'll do what I did the other day. Yeah, you can iterate the dictionary, but you can't access it sequentially. I know they sound like super similar. They are not, because yeah, you can't do a for directly in a dictionary. Like you can't access specific indexes sequentially like that, but you can get all the values and then do an iteration with all the values. Okay. Mm, yeah, I don't want to do for each. I like to do for. Do I have? Does that exist? Element at? What? Element at e? No. And what's element at then? Element at, and what does it use? It's gonna use IEnumerable key value pair. Okay, it's using a key value pair, and the key value pair is int, right? Key value pair. Element at not accessible. Let's see. Does it not exist? Yeah, it does. Key value pair. Miho, you say, okay, wait, can I hide in tree? Yeah, you can hide in one tree. I I didn't put a collider in one of those because it was like super separated from everything else. So yeah, you can. And Nick, say, do you want to add like an NPC or something living like that in this game for the main building thing, or is that a secret? Um, no, no, there's no one's gonna be living there. Probably. I haven't thought of any NPCs. Like, I don't dislike the idea, but I haven't thought about it. It's not a secret or anything. I just haven't thought about it. I know that I want to have like the hub should be more important because now it's just like going in and out. Uh, but yeah, there should be like a place where you can equip and unlock new spells. Like you are the owner of that building. But yeah, I don't see why not. There could be an NPC that could help you with something. But currently, I don't have any plans for that. Currently, I don't have any plans for that. Um. Okay, so what's that element at? Element at I. Link has okay. Oh my! So there are no other way. I remember probably I don't know if it was yesterday, but the previous week I iterated through a dictionary. I just don't remember how. I know I got for each. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't want to do for each. I think I could do something like, uh, let's see. Oh, here. So it's gonna be a key value pair of what? It's gonna be int and int. I just need to store the, let's do array, and it's going to be what? You can see it's just weird that you have to return there, and there's nothing there. Yeah, it's weird, but I plan to have something there. So you'll have some kinds of, I don't know, books and tables that you will interact with to do other stuff. Okay, so these are gonna be values. Enemies spawned values, and it's gonna be equal to what? It's gonna be equal to enemies spawn dot get values. Try get value. Love me some something. Okay, so get value. Get type, get value or default, try get value, get enumerator, object data. I want to get value. Miho say hiding in that tree gives the enemies a very big tracking dilemma. This guy is going back and forth. Yeah, they can't reach you really. Yeah, it's there. It's on the lower part of the map, going towards the fire area. There is a peculiar tree that is squarish. That one doesn't have any colliders in it. Or well, it does for the tree trunk, but not for the leaves. So you can be there, like inside. Okay, I'm just gonna do it for each. Screw it, for each. For each key value pair, and and for each key value pair, and it's gonna be key value pair in enemy spawned. I'll do if enemy spawned or key value pair. Well, I'll still need the I. Mihoy say I would, but recording isn't working because game bar sucks and Windows Shift S has shift in it. Oh yeah, I struggle to I struggle taking screenshots in the game since you're like doing shift, since you're touching with it. You had a silly, I mean, I wanted a cheese. It's just stand on an edge on the top of the morph. Okay, so key value pair. I could do an int here, but no, doesn't seem right. Int e equals 0. Int or e plus plus. Yeah. So if the elements found here, e, that's what I had before. So this is going to be key value pair. If the value from that value pair, so key value pair value is more than 0, right? Then I'm gonna do enemies spawn wilts add, and I'm going to add that key value pair key. So I just need the indexes. So that's going to replace this. Now for player outside of zone penalty, that's another thing that I should care about. So enemy spawn wheels that count. So if there are enemies value pair. Yeah, so if there are any type of enemy that has one at least spawned, I'm going to do a random range here. Random that range. I don't know how it didn't throw me more errors before. Okay, so why is that random range? I'm not using link. Enum utils, okay, yeah, I'm using that. Unity engine.ai, probably too. Digi.twinning, I'm using it. Unity engine, system.collections are generic. Yeah, I don't know if system. I don't know if system. Yeah, I'm not using system. So we've ended enemy death. Set color intensity. It's gonna be like a reset. Reset. Subwave. There it is. Yeah, I'm gonna try this out again. And specifically, I want to get somewhere in the snow area. So it does throw me errors. Or it should throw errors only there. So yeah, let's go there. Okay, first of all, yeah, I have to go into the wave manager first. Let's go into wave manager. Let's go, yeah, wave manager. And I have to modify the max enemies alive. No, I have to modify how many enemies are going to be spawned each subwave. So max subwaves is going to be 5 and a minimum 2. Now, minimum enemy quota is going to be set to, well, I'm just going to divide this by 4. I'm just going to be, this is going to be between 5 and 10. But it should be between 20 and 200. I got an error, I don't know when, but key not found exception, the given key 1 was not present in the dictionary. That's weird. Yeah, but I want to get, first of all, I want to get just a snow area because I have to try it there. Yeah, snow area, let's go. Okay, now that I entered the area, I'm gonna beat some enemies from outside. I feel like a sniper from here. Why am I pinned to the upper part of the screen? Okay. There we have the quantity. Am I getting any errors that now? No. The random chose me. I'll get sacrificed now? Let's read this. Okay, now at least the enemies are not, or the error is not being thrown now. Art, what's up? Welcome to the stream. How is it going? I think Nick wanted to ask you something about dictionaries. And Art just said got authentication working. Other dev figured out the issue. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Was the setup? Was something missing in the setup, or what was it? Nick, you say you already answered. Oh yeah, but I don't know. You want to talk to the mage, the real mage here? Now's your chance. Okay, so here wave enemy quantity 5, and enemy spawn 5, enemy quantity 5, and enemy spawn 6. Mm, 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 mm. And hard to say, you need to add credentials across 4 different providers. Forgot the 5th one. Oh, so there was a 5th one? You forgot to add it. That's why? Yeah, the 5th one, of course. Uh, okay, so now let's see, because I don't think I'm. Hmm, let's see where I'm doing this. Enemy index. Okay, so enemy index of position. Just gonna delete this. No longer needed. Now, I think I'm not changing the enemies spawned, enemy index. How am I getting the enemy index? Here. Else, yeah, the enemy index is just going to be random enemy in list index. So available enemy list indexes. Yeah, that works correctly. But what about this? So here, I get current subwave enemies in wave index. Yeah, so I get a random one from the wave. That's good. And here, enemy spawned. Just going to add there. Now, I need to see where am I subtracting from here. And I just say, regardless, the test version for in-house testing is done and built for this week. Got to finish marketplace and side messaging. So, and you're taking a small break. That's good. Plenty of progress. The enemy spawned. Yeah, where am I subtracting? Yeah, here. Here I'm subtracting from this. Okay. And I'm making sure it's not lower than 0. But now, I also have to make sure that the quota gets reduced. Player outside of zone penalty. Hmm. Okay, I'm never making sure that the enemy quota achieved is more than 0, so I should. Okay, yeah, I am. I am. I'm actually doing that. So enemy quota achieved is less or equal, or sorry, it's less than 0. I'm gonna put it to 0, back to 0. Hmm. Not sure what's happening because I am subtracting from here and I'm subtracting from the quota too. Yeah, I'm using it. I just want to know where I'm assigning it. Increase amount after enemy death. If the player in spawn zone falls, return. Mm, Enemy quota achieved. Enemy quota achieved. Yeah, I'm setting it to 0. Yeah, so on reset, I am resetting this, so that's good. But where am I subtracting? Just only here? Only here. And why am I waiting for everything else to happen? I could just do this, right? And then I get rid of the other stuff. Enemy spawn wheels count. I'm grabbing a random from the enemies that have been spawned. Hmm. Yeah. So these won't throw mirrors. Player outside of zone penalty. Yeah, I subtract, and if it's less than 0. Okay, here, I don't think here is the problem. So there should be somewhere else. And let's go into the spawn function again. Okay, spawn enemies in subwave. I'm just going to comment this. This message is no longer helpful for now. And random enemy index, current subwave. So here I'm just grabbing a random index from the available ones. And I'm spawning whatever it is. Yeah, my only problem is I'm actually going to put the debug again. I'm actually going to put that debug again. My only problem is, oh, wait. Am I using the enemy count? No, I think I'm just hallucinating. I thought I knew something. I don't know. But the enemy quota, I thought since I was making sure that it's not less than 0 after everything else happened, that could be affecting some other thing, but no. Okay, so the quantities, the wave enemy quantity and the enemy spawn is 3. So wave enemy quantity is 3. On the other is 3 too. And I have spawned 3 there and 4 there. Go enemy spawned. That dictionary. And I think now it should be, I should be able to see it from here. Wave manager. Subwave settings. Oh, but since it's a dictionary, I don't think I'll be able to. Not serializable. Or I could do system that's serialized, but I'm not sure. So I'm gonna do Control F, enemies, enemies spawned. Give me a second, I'm going to be right back. Okay, I'm back here. And what you say? Dictionary are hatch table targeting 2 references. It converts keys to hatch, technically storing 2 references on a constant time lookup O of 1. Benefit of constant time is what that up to a very large size, as long as you know the key, you can get the reference. Yeah, so dictionaries are helpful, but Nick was saying that he was like using just 2 lists, and I like you can do that, but when you have like 1,000 values, or you want to just access one like key, it's pretty helpful to have the dictionary. Right, to say it also opens the chance for one of my favorite patterns is try get and zero allocation unless you need to use it. Okay, so enemy spawn current subwave dot enemies in wave index. Enemy spawn. Okay, enemy spawn. Miho is saying nicked is used to the scratcher mindset. Yeah, I haven't really used scratch. I think I used it when I was in school, but I wasn't really good at it or anything, and I don't know if there are dictionaries there. And I just say if you must serialize something on the inspector, Unity makes it mandatory to use list or array. Okay, enemy spawn run minus equal player outside of zone penalty. So I don't know why, but I don't think this is happening. I don't think this is happening. Player outside of zone penalty. Maybe. Mm, Need you say I love Scratch? They are in one of the mods. Turbo Warp has like 100 extensions. I want to know if this is happening. Debug.log. Subtracting or subtracting from enemies spawned. Let's go there and see what we get. And how do you say? Then do a public static dictionary and int this list to group to convert your list to a dictionary. Or just use link. Yeah, let's go console. That's not happening. The bar new dictionary equals full list the dictionary. X goes to X key. So passes the key. Yeah, so subtracting from enemy spawn, like this is not happening. That's a problem. But this is not only like this is just not getting like no values are getting added to this. So in here, if the value for key value pair. Oh, since you're here, Art, do you know any other like better way to iterate through dictionary? Because I'm using a for each here, and I have the what I would use normally in a for. Well, like I'm using it anyway. I have an e that starts at 0, and then I'm just adding 1 each time. But I was wondering if there's a better way to iterate through a dictionary. Because I think I did it another way before, but I don't remember how. Um RSA, that's what I do. My asset locator, convert the serialized list to a dictionary for runtime use. And I say, what are you trying to accomplish? I'm just trying to read the values or the keys and the values of key value pair on a dictionary. Oh, and you say, and is this a hotpath? No, it's not getting called every frame, I think. No, or I think it is getting called every frame, the function, but not this. Because there's not only cooldowns, but there are the player needs to be outside of the zone and there's a cooldown, so it's not happening every frame. He's trying to accomplish a dictionary. Would work. Thanks. Um, okay, e equals 0. And I just say, is the collection being mutated often? The dictionary is not. The list is. This enemy spawn wills is getting mutated a lot. But no more than, I don't know, 4 times per second. Not frame, per second. Or even less. Okay, so key value pair in enemy spawned. You say art. Okay, this is easy. Just do for each on the list. Uh, what I'm doing here. Yeah, like I can do a for each or a for, but the thing is, um, I was wondering if there's a better way to not only have, because if I do for each, I think there was like a keyword to get the iteration instead of just doing e and having to doing plus plus here. Okay, so yeah, from the key value pair, I get the value. If the value is more than 0, so that means there are enemies of that type there. I'm going to add to the uh, enemy spawn wields, so the indexes of the enemies. I'm going to add the key value pair. So I want to have another thing happening here. So I'm going to do a debug.log here, debug.log. And I just say for a dictionary, you should never really need to iterate it. I need to do it now because I just want to get values from the dictionary that are higher than 0. That's it. Because here it's like player outside of zone penalty. So whenever the player is outside of the zone, I am going to subtract from the quota of enemies to kill that he has achieved. You know? So I not only need to subtract from the quota, but also from the enemies that have been spawned so they can spawn again. Why is it a dictionary anyway? I'm using a dictionary just because I can access the number of enemies of a certain type that I want, you know? The bar higher than 0, but then oh yeah, that makes sense. So then enemies here, this thing, enemies spawned wilts is gonna be equal to enemies spawned keys that where. But I'll need to use link. I wasn't using link. Um, X more than 0. Okay, it's using. Why not just link? System.link. And what is this returning? This is returning a dictionary. Yeah, but I don't want a dictionary. I want the dictionary. Oh, to list. Okay, like that. Cool, cool. Thanks, Art. Thanks, appreciate it. Okay, so now that I have that, I no longer need to do this whole thing. Now I'll get if that happens. So there should be another message getting printed to the console. Okay, let's wait for some enemies to spawn now. Okay, so I want to see if there is a print of that happening there. And you say Roman has achieved dictionary success. Yeah, not yet, because there's still a problem with that. There's still a problem with that. I think. Okay, what other tasks do we have? Because I'm getting pretty stuck in this one. I think I could uh handle that one outside of stream where I can concentrate better. But I'm going to let's see. It's 2 hours and 33 minutes into the stream. Let's give it half an hour more. If I'm not able to do it and having it work in 27 minutes, I'll move from this and I'll do it off stream. And Art, you say I still don't know what it is trying to do overall. You describe what you want that part of it to do, but not the method itself. And you say, remember I just joined like 50 minutes ago, so I have no context. Let me then show you the whole thing. And Nick, you say, that's what happens when you don't have a defined end goal, like what game designers do. Yes. True. Okay, so let me show you what I'm trying to do here. So, or how I'm trying to do this here. So first I'm checking if the spawner can spawn and the player is not in the spawn zone. And if that's true, if I can spawn and the player is not in the zone, I'm going to subtract from the timer. And then if the timer is going to set off like it should trigger, then I'm going to, when it triggers, I'm going to reset the time. So next time it triggers, it's gonna have like an offset of the time that I assigned. And this is what's really happening here. If the enemy quota achieved is more than 0, that means that you have killed an enemy, or yeah, you have killed something. And that could be the problem, but yes, if you have killed something, then I'm going to subtract from. Yeah, I'm basically going to subtract from the penalty. So when I subtract from the penalty, I'm subtracting it from the quota of enemies that you have to achieve or have to kill, really. So let's say in a wave you have to kill 50 enemies and you start at 0. Then you kill 3 and you get outside of the zone. And the zone has a penalty of 1, making that every time it penalizes you, it's going to subtract from those that you have killed. So it's going to go from 3 that you have killed to two. So you have to kill an extra one because you have been outside of the zone. And yeah, that's how I've been achieving this. Yeah, like just having a list of enemies that have been spawned. So I access enemies spawned, and I ask, okay, so of this type of enemy, has any enemy of this type has been spawned? If yes, I can subtract from that list. Otherwise, I don't. So I just filter every single one that has uh, been spawned, like has enemies there, and from there, I'm just subtracting from that quota. And Cheese is here and says, "Hello, what's up, Cheese? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome." And I just say, why not make a flag for when the player is not in the same zone as the enemy? So when the enemy dies, okay, a flag when the player is not in the same zone as the enemy. So when the enemy dies, it checks that before sending the increment for the kill. I have been doing that, and I can show you here. So when it dies, I have it here, enemy death. So on enemy death, I'm sending this signal is getting called from the enemy. Um, this function is getting called from the enemy. So I do first, I remove it from the alive enemies. I have a list for all the game objects of the enemies, and I just remove it. And then I say, okay, if the player is inside is not inside the spawn zone, return. So I'm not doing any of those things. The enemy quota achieved doesn't get increasing, or like nothing happens after that. Okay, so going back to what I had here, and I just say, right at that point, can't we handle what you're trying to do now? Um, could be, could be. So why not? Why not doing it here? Yeah, no, because here, let's say I don't want this to happen uh, every time, because there is like some. I don't want any enemy that you kill outside of the zone to be like replenished. I just want to replenish enemies every set amount of seconds that you're outside of the zone, so it's like a penalty and there's like an animation associated with it. So yeah, that's why if we did it that way, every enemy that you kill would get replenished, so you'd have to kill again. And I just want like have yeah, this is like a spawner logic. It's basically a spawner logic. Yeah, because this is the wave manager, but this creates the waves and also spawns it. Okay, so here, reading this again, I think this might be creating problems because no, not this, but this enemy quota achieved might be creating problems because if you start killing enemies outside, it's not going to add to the quota. Yeah, it's not going to add to the quota. So this will never get called. Enemy quota achieved, player outside of zone penalty. If enemy quota achieved is less than. Okay, so this is not getting called because the enemy quota achieved hasn't been changed at all. But the enemy spawned has been. And I just say this seems less of a coding problem, more of a concept take a moment, more of a concept. Um, well, it's both. I think it's both, and really is a design problem too, because for example, Nicked, and I think most people don't know how this is not intuitive at all. This is not intuitive for the player unless I explain it to you, or unless you see the code. It's not very intuitive. So I also need to find a way. You know what? I think I'm gonna leave it here because um, not only I need to concentrate to solve this, but if I solve this, I don't know if I want it. It was working previously, and no one understood it. That's not good for something as crucial as this. Mm, yeah, I'll have to think about this as something that needs to be in the game or doesn't need to be in the game first. So what I'll do is just and need to say congrats Roman, you got my point from a few hours ago. Yes, I got it now, but I did get it. I did get it, but I thought it was easier to just fix. So if there's something like that I can fix quickly, I don't need to worry that much about it because if I don't fix it now, it's gonna break a lot of things. Okay, I'm just going to delete every change that I made here. I'm gonna discard it, and I'm going to move to something else. And I just say I would break it apart and let player outside zone manage a state, not the function. Basically, if the player is outside the zone and after a penalty time, then they do not reduce the spawner population, correct? Yes, yes, that's it. Because uh, that's only running if the quota of enemies that you have killed, if how many enemies you have killed, is more than zero. You know, and it's always gonna be more than zero if you start killing enemies from outside of the zone. But the enemy spawned is not going to go down. Yeah, that's the thing. The enemy spawn is not going to go down if the quota is not more than zero. You know. So yeah, now I'm thinking it's if I go back, if I go back, I could check anyway. Yeah, I could check anyway, and do the subtracting anyway, and that probably will make it work because I have this is avoiding this from happening. Let me see if I'm just going to comment this real quick, but I don't want to fix this now. I have to rethink the whole thing before and see if I want it. Say it shouldn't care. That's a problem. Take a break from it. You aren't probably gonna get it till you distress. Yeah, I'm not stressed, but yeah, I've been with the problem for a while now. So I'll listen to you after trying this. I'll listen to you, and I'm going to move to something else. Okay, the giving key. Yeah, I'm getting the error I was getting before. Now I just want to see if that error is still there because we did fix something before. I just say I told him at the start of the stream it's an issue with how it's designed and it's a waste of time. Yeah. I need to figure out a way to. I need to figure out a way to keep the player inside the zone, because otherwise you can just go like that's the thing that I need to solve. That's the not the coding problem or anything. It's just the game design problem, keeping the player in the zone. How do I keep the player in the zone? That's why I wanted to have a penalty for being outside, so the player uh, is not outside because it's going to get penalized. Yeah, brain broken. Yeah, but now. Yeah, at least now there are no errors showing up. That's good. Let's see what else. What else? I'm gonna leave this for later. Yeah. So this thing is for the user experience. Is what Nick was saying about find a way, find uh intuitive way to keep the player in the zone while it fights the enemies. So that's gonna be something to think about for me later. Yeah, streamer brain kicking in. Okay, an indicator for a low amount. Yeah, that's something I'll need to think about. Then indicator for a low amount of enemies left. This is probably also related to these other things, because if I'm going to change uh the whole thing with the spawner, I will probably get false signals with how many enemies there are left. And hard to say. It almost feels like your spawner could use a boolean or maybe a small state machine. Yeah, I think that could solve some problems for sure. That could solve some problems for sure. Or at least it's not going to solve anything, but it's going to make it easier for me to know what's happening each time. Um, okay, so the next thing for today was flying enemy, having a flying enemy. That's gonna be a really long task. And I heard you say, since technically the fundamental purpose of the spawner is to spawn a set of enemies, you're changing that function based on a state change. Yeah, probably will make sense to have a state machine. Okay. So flying enemy, I need to make. Well, I could do the functionality first. Doesn't need to be that complicated. I'm just gonna do. Yeah, why fix what is already there when you can add new stuff on top? So let's do the flying enemy, and probably after I do the basic functionality of this, I'm going to finish the stream, and I'll think about a better way to handle that problem, like making the player stay in the zone while fighting the enemies. Okay, so let's grab sphere. Or let me first define this task better on Notion. Here, flying enemy. Probably first I'll need the functionality. And part of the functionality is like moving around the player while floating, and firing a projectile to the player. Then on in terms of art, uh, like I'll probably need like some model or something. Model. Well, I first need to do the design actually. Design and model. And what else? Sounds. Will it make sounds? I don't think so because there already is a sound for everything that's getting hit. Like I don't think I'll overwrite that for this. Um, what else does it need? Does it need particles? I'm gonna put it in there. Particles with a exclamation mark. And need to say I'm imagining a small flying air bending wizard, and I'm enjoying it. Air bending wizard. Yeah, probably not going to be a wizard. Could be. I was imagining something similar to what Risk of Rain 2 has. Those enemies that are like a floating fire, fire throwing blob. I don't know how they're called. Let me search them so you can see what I'm talking about. Risk of Rain 2, flying enemies. And let me put this here because I don't know why I can find. Uh, yeah, that's probably the one I'm talking about. I don't know if this one, but there's one like that's made of fire. Is there any other? Yeah, wisps. You say, I hate all of the flying creatures in Risk of Rain. Yeah, but it will make the game more fun because it's not that challenging if you can just, I don't know, run around. Just run around. You'll have to be in danger. Okay, so something like that. But first, it's going to look very, very silly. It's going to be just a blob, a sphere. So let's do 3D object, sphere. Here it is. New enemy added. You like it? Now I'm going to separate this into the graphics on the thing holding them. You love it? Yeah, great model, right? Yeah, create empty part. So this is gonna be flying enemy, and we could probably have a bunch of them, but I'm just gonna do a basic one, and then probably it's gonna be the same one with, but they're going to throw like different spells at you or different things at you. Yes, orb. Okay, so here I'm gonna recall or rename this to graphics because I plan to put something else there after. Okay, so flying enemy. What do I need for an enemy? I need, well, enemy brain. Uh, I'm going to add everything and then I'm going to remove what I don't need. Enemy animation handler, enemy health, and enemy movement. Okay, so I know that the movement, for example, I won't be using the nutmeg agent in here. So I'll have to do um, another thing basically with the movement. So let's open enemy movement. Am I inheriting from somewhere? Okay, I have iCharacter controller, the interface there. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I don't need to be using from here. Yeah, let me close this and open everything else. So I think enemy health is going to be the only one that I will be keeping for every enemy because it's just health. And it can be overridden pretty easily too. Okay, so yeah, health bar is that receive damage here, update. Yeah, I don't think I'll change anything here. I don't think I'll change anything. Remove priest status. Okay, enemy health can stay. Now, for the enemy brain, I think it's highly dependent on. Oh, and by the way, there are more than one state of enemy here. There's patrolling, chasing, searching, back to patrolling, but they are just set at horde. And when they are set at horde mode, they just ignore everything else, and they have a simple behavior. And that's the only one um, that I have defined because as you may or may not remember, when I first talked about what I wanted to do with the game, at some point I want to have like a larger map, maybe open world, but I don't know. I'm not promising anything. I just at one point could be that I make this game like open world, so there's more than one enemy state, so not just horde like going directly at you, but there's like searching, chasing, uh, patrolling and stuff. But that's for way later. Okay. So I think I'll need to overwrite this. That's the thing. Private virtual void. Virtual void. Virtual. Virtual void. Horde. Okay, why is it throwing me an error? Virtual or abstract members cannot be private. Okay, so protected then. Close this. Yeah, because I'll still need to use it somewhere else. So enemy brain is gonna be flying enemy brain, probably. Going to call this because there's going to be. Well, I have an animation handler for humanoids, and I'll have another one. Well, I have a base one that's just animation handler. Then I have another one for humanoid, and then I one for the player. Then I have one for the player. And Tali is here and says, "Yo, I made it in time. Let's go." What's up, Tali? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. How is it going? Yeah. So here, let's do another script. Let's do another script, and I'm gonna have a folder for the flying enemy. Yeah, folder flying enemy enemies, and I'm gonna create a script, one behavior script, and it's gonna be flying enemy brain, and this one is gonna inherit from enemy brain. I just want to override that function there on enemy brain. So protected override void horde. And will I need anything from there, or will I have something similar happening? I don't think so. Set target destination. Any movement script set target destination. Yes, I don't need to call the enemy movement here, I think. Well, I have an attack cooldown timer, and the attacking is. And Tali say I finished the first demo of Biggie's Scrapyard. Cool. Do you have it on itch or somewhere else so we can try it? And Cheese, you say, nice, I'd play if the competition didn't keep me busy. I haven't done anything for the competition yet. I think I'll start Sunday or no, not Sunday, but Saturday. So I have uh free time to do something to the best of my abilities. Until you say, have you done React time today? No, I I'm not doing it anymore because not because I hate reacting to stuff. It's that it's annoying. I don't know if you can tell. Probably not. Or yes, I don't know. It's annoying to eat on stream. To be honest, having a camera pointing at your face while you eat is um, not very good. I don't really like it, especially because like normally I'm a person that doesn't like to be seen eating like in real life, and having a camera pointing at me while I eat is just the so annoying. I don't know what I was thinking with the react time. It's just that like my lunch um breaks my day off, so I didn't want to start that late, but I'll from next week I'll start streaming later, so 3 hours later, so I can take lunch calmly, and yeah, that's basically it. So I can take lunch calmly, and yeah, but that's gonna be next week. This week, I'm just not going to eat on stream, and I'm going to just eat very late. You say, Mijo, yeah, I get that. But what if you just left for 30 minutes while we boss battle or battle royale? Uh, yeah, but you could battle royale or have a you could battle royale or do like a boss battle, and it's gonna be like 15 minutes. I want to like take my time and be there with my family, like my like take lunch with my brother, and not having to rush to get back, you know. So I can be like more like really calmly eat. I don't know how many times I've just streamed like 6 days now, and out of those 6 days, I think like I almost like got choked on food like 2 times. I don't think I want to do that. And Arjun say he doesn't want us to know how much protein powder he uses as a condiment. I've heard it is absurd. Yeah. How did you tell? How did you tell? Um, okay, so here vector distance starts from position, game manager, instant player position, tag distance. Okay, so I think I'll use some of these things. Some. Yeah, so I won't be communicating with movement script anymore, I think. Tag target. So yeah, let's bring this here to the other script, and I'll see what I use. And let's turn every single one of those variables to protected instead of private. Protected. And cheese guy say, oh yeah, it's rare in Poland to eat meals with the family, so I respect that. Yeah, that's the only thing. So if I, because otherwise, yeah, I already explained myself. Mijo, you say we can see the muscles. I don't know why, but I feel like repeating myself a lot of times. I'm just a jabber like that. Mijo, you say we can see the muscles, my guy. Thanks. Okay, so any movement script, set target destination. I no longer need that. Now, attack cooldown timer. I'll keep that because otherwise I want to attack basically. And I'm going to have private void attack. I'll have it here on the enemy brain. And yeah, it's basically like doing the do the attack and then setting the attack cooldown timer to attack cooldown. Yeah, and I'm going to be checking if the distance. Did I get this outside? Yeah, because this is an else if like that. So else if vector distance. Yeah, so there is a distance where I will attack the player. I need to be close enough. So I'll always need to position the enemy somewhere that's close enough for it to attack. That means I need to move. So enemy movement, yeah, I'll need to do another enemy movement script, a whole script for this because this is no longer going to use. Yeah, this is no longer going to use anything but like anything from the nav agent. Yeah, move to target. Yeah, I'll have to redo. It's not redoing. It's like doing a completely different thing. So yeah, enemy movement. I'm going to close. I don't think I'll need it because I have to do a new one just for flying enemy. And cheese, you say, all right. I have good news. Soon I'll share a new version of my game and I'll start working on a new video. Nice. Um, are you going to put it on itch this time, or you're going to share it on the Discord? Okay, so flying enemies. I'm gonna have create scripting mono behavior script, and here is gonna be flying enemy movement. No, it's still in alpha, so I'll just share on the Discord server. Okay, okay. So let me write some comments here uh, to define in pseudocode how I want this to work, basically. Mm, will I need anything else from enemy brain? I don't think so. Yeah, this is always set to horde. Enemy movement, scripted component. Yeah, I think I can keep those. Or I'm gonna do this protected in virtual, so I can overwrite this if I want to, and this thing too. Protected virtual void, and I think that's it. So if I go in here, yeah, enemy brain. So I'm inheriting here. I'm going to just have protected override void update here, and I'll use the base, and the same thing for to start. And I'll use space start. Yeah, so what do I have in the update? Just act on state. That's good. Yeah, I don't think anything. I don't think I'll need anything else. Let's just close this. And then here, let's just save. Enemy animation handler. I'll need an animation handler for the flying enemies too. And I'm going to, yeah, you see what I said about having a humanoid animation handler? I'll use a completely different one for the flying one, for the flying enemies. So let's create flying enemy animation handler. This is scripting, mono behavior script, flying enemy animation handler. And here I'll have, I'm going to inherit from animation handler like that. And let me just open the animation handler. So if I go to definition, you'll see, well, I don't need this. Enemy animation handler? Nope. Yeah, so this is inheriting from mono behavior. I have twinning here. So I have for dashing, for walking animation, playing, and I'll probably don't need this. But since I have other things going on here. Dashing. Well, I don't think I'll even need this. I just need the entity graphics. So I'll do a separate one. Give me a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but I'll be right back. Hey, I'm back. Okay. So where were we? Entity graphics T. Just that's the only one I need. The only one. The only thing I need. So I'm just gonna copy this and jump landing dash. Start landing. Okay. So I want this in here, and I'm not going to inherit from this. I'm going to inherit from mono behavior now. And this one I needed to. So like that. And I'll keep these things protected in case that I have a flying enemy that uses another animation handler, I can just inherit from the flying enemy animation handler. So yeah, I'm gonna debug that log error entity transform graphics can be assigned in player animations clip. Yeah, player animations is not the message that it should happen there. So this is hasn't been assigned in flying enemy animation handler. Okay, so we have those things. Now, let's go into the health script because I don't know. I'm not sure if the health script is making the damage animation. It would be weird for it to do it. Enemy health, receive damage, receive damage. Am I using DG.twinning? Yes. What about, well, it's inheriting from health. Update. Receive damage. Okay, receive damage, audio manager. Yeah, I play that sound and I do the die function. Where does the animation happen? Because yeah, I call receive damage. But where does the animation happen? Enemy health, receive damage, health bar, receive damage, spell data. Because I don't see any trigger to like receiving damage. So maybe if I go into let me first see, let me first put these components into the flying enemy. So flying enemy will no longer need uh, any of these things really. Well, just the enemy health. Remove component, remove. I need to remove this one first. Remove component. And I'll need the flying enemy animation handler. I'll need the flying enemy brain. And flying enemy movement. Okay. So, entity graphics clip. Let me assign the graphics here. Let me state horde. Tag this on cooldown. Yeah, this is not going to move or anything. I just want to have it somewhere where I can attack it. And if I can attack it just with the health script, then I'm calling the damage animation in there. Okay, let's press play. Here it is. What if I make it inherit from animation handler? Animation handler. And I'm going to comment everything here. Then now if it gets animated, there will be, oh, I think I have those animations just on the player and the enemy. It's just for humanoids. So I could have that for animation handler. I could have for that for animation handler. But no, I'm going to do mono or yeah, actually, let's do it for animation handler in case that we need that for anything else. So entity velocity, am I, do I need this anything in, why do I have entity velocity here? It's an empty reference. I never call this. Yeah, and is dashing and walking animation playing? Those are those aren't very generic. I think I could have this function or sorry, this um I could have this variable on the humanoids. Not not everything should have that variable. So let's go to humanoid animation handler. And in walking, I'm gonna go here, walking animation playing. And I'm gonna put it here in walking. So no errors. I don't think there should be any errors. Any errors. Now let me go to console. There are 3 errors. Enemy movement script reference is missing in enemy brain. Here. Oh, because I'm inheriting. So yeah, I'm gonna close this and let's open the other one. Let's open the flying enemy brain. Flying enemy brain. And on start, well, let's see if I can just assign it. Flying enemy, let's go flying enemy. And it's going to be flying enemy. That's not exposed there in the flying enemy movement. So it's just dash time, jump, landing. I don't need any of those. I think I'm gonna put those in like the jumping, landing, dashing into the humanoids. Routine time to summon a demon. What? Lots. You know, throw some stars. And let me read here. Tell you say I'm back has a little more things to do. Okay, yeah. Welcome back. Mm, okay, so I'm gonna go in here and this thing. I think the dashing could be done by multiple things that are not humanoid. But the jumping. No, the jumping and landing shouldn't be here. I don't think because just in humanoids, right? Let's see. You don't need any of these things. And it should be on a humanoid then. Animation handler. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. I'm just gonna do my own thing in here. Mono behavior. Inheriting from mono behavior, I'm gonna bring this back. Let's pull twinning using dg.twinning. And in here, flying enemy animation handler, I have an animation for protected. Wait, let's have one, like a receive damage animation for everyone, basically. So let's have the humanoid animation handler. There should be on damage animation. That's it. Into the graphics, MR, material color, damage shrink time. Yeah, so I'm going to put this here. No longer just there, but it's also going to be on animation handler. Go to definition. On damage animation. Yeah, on damage animation. Now, what am I missing here? Graphic MRs. But this is gonna be protected, or well, that's already public. Yeah, public. So in here, this should be a virtual. That's one thing. And in here, oh, I think I'm just being silly here. This should stay. I just need to override it. Override void. And let's see what I can keep from here. Graphic Mars. Yeah, match renders. Match renders. Where is it? Let's do Control F. Fix MRs. Let's go to the top. Image render. Okay, so this thing, I can, well, basically this whole thing. Graphics colors. Basically this whole thing. Yeah, I think I can just do this. Damage received. Let's put it in here. Header. Damage. Oh yeah, damage received. Then I have the stitching and whatever. And no problems from this part? No, it doesn't seem like it. Now, animation handler. Yeah, so now I just delete this. And I'm going to go here, animation handler. And I don't really need to override this. I can just keep it this way. Just using animation handler would be sufficient. Now, I do want to remove these things. Like I'm going to override landing and jump because I don't need anything there. So protected, override, void, jump. Now I'm going to leave it empty. Like that. And the same thing for protected, override, void, a landing. So nothing happens. And dodging, I think I can leave it. I don't know if I'll need it after. But I want to do other thing. What is it? Yeah, on damage animation. Yeah, damage animation. The damage animation, I think it should work like um like that because it's already implemented in animation handler. So I just have to go in here and assign some mesh renders, and there's currently just one. So let's put this max health of the flying enemy. Could be 30 health, and the current health is going to be 30. Entity element is none, so it's going to be just a normal enemy. And health bar Y offset, that's good. Now flying, I think I won't be tweaking anything anymore. Like the enemy health, I can just close. Now attack distance, or will I need it? Will I need it for anything else? Enemy health, because I have to pass something here. Enemy animation handler. Yeah, I'll need to override it. I'll need to override this. But I'll inherit from health. Because here, receive damage, health bar. There's a lot of things that I want to repeat from here. So instead of enemy animation handler, what I need here is just like I'm gonna change the type. So enemy animation handler, because I want to know where I'm calling this. Reset graphics. Go to definition. Let's see what reset graphics does. Reset graphics. Entity. Okay, I think this could be used in. Yeah, this could be used in animation handler. Reset graphics. Yeah, and now I just need to, instead of having this enemy health ask for enemy animation handler, is going to ask for animation handler. That's it. Animation handler, script, and here die animation. Die animation is not part of this. So I'm gonna search die animation. No results. So where is it from then? Enemy animation handler. Enemy animation handler. Yeah, here. So die animation. And there's 0 references to this. Yeah, now. Okay, so this is public virtual void die animation. And no, actually I'm going to do override. void the animation, and that's going to be part of the animation handler. So in here, it's going to be virtual void the animation, and that shrink scale. I think I have those there. Damage shrink scale. That okay. I forgot to go into enemy health or enemy animation handler and copy those values. So death here. And I go here. And I'm gonna put graphics here, really. Header graphics. And I'm going to put it on top. Yes. And like that. Now, more errors this way. Where? That shrink scale. Okay, so I have to do this. First save. And these need to be protected. So here, here, and here, these are protected. Die animation. Yeah, so now this is fixed. I can call the die animation function from anywhere. And I'm no longer using uh, enemy animation handler as the type for this. This is just animation handler. So I'm going to modify this everywhere. Animation handler. And now in here, yeah, no problems either. I just need to save. Okay, so this is only from, I need to initialize the mesh renders, and that's only, okay. So I'm also going to have that in here. Graphic accessory, go on. Mm. Yeah, so this is gonna be, I'm gonna copy this animation handler. I'm gonna bring a lot of things to animation handler. So this is virtual void init image. Okay, and here I'm overriding. Override. Because the only thing I want is, like, basically I'm just going to assign it myself. So I don't think I need this. Yeah, so those need to be assigned now. Init mesh renders, initialize mesh renders. Yeah. So if I come here, enemy animation handler, if I come here, everything should work. Everything should work now. Now save, let's press play. So what I was doing is like basically bringing all the functionality for animating things. Like basically I have one script that is controlling everything that's generic of an animation for everyone. That's called animation handler. And I have multiple other handlers that are for other things that are more specific to other handlers, you know? So I have the generic one that it's animation handler. That's the base of everything. Then I have the humanoid. That's like a middle point. So just for humanoids. And then I have the player animation handler in this level that's inheriting from the humanoid. And in this same level, I also have the enemy animation handler. So they are different, the player and the enemy, but they are inheriting from the same humanoid, and the humanoid is inheriting from the generic one that's animation handler. So yeah, let's go in there. Oh, I think I need to assign some things there before this will work. This works. So in animation, yeah, there's not going to be any of those things. So where is where is this match renders serialized field? Serialized field. Serialized field. Yeah, that's right. Now save and press play. Animation. Is there any animation playing? No. And there's an error. Let me see if I didn't break anything, because I might have. Because since I changed a lot of things, they may have been uh, unassigned. They are no longer correctly assigned. Doesn't seem like it. And Miho, you say I brought my focus back to stream. There is now a solid loading orb. Yes, there is. It's around there. I'm just trying to see if I didn't break anything, because I've been changing all the components that I had for the other enemies. I'm trying to recreate those, but without the components that I won't need for the orb or for the sphere. Yeah, so everything seems to be all right. Dude, the ice bomb is very powerful. Okay, so nothing really broke. The only problem is that there, or not problem, but it's that there's nowhere that, yeah, nowhere where the damage function is being called. And Miho, you say nuking cluster with ice bomb is so fun. Yeah, it's very very fun. Sort of why we need all these different modes. What modes? Modes for what? Okay. So I have to just call it. So Let's close the humanoid animation handler, the enemy animation handler, and I think I can keep the enemy health. We need all these different modes. The movement stuff for enemy AI. Okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah, because otherwise you're going to like blast everything, and there's not gonna be more enemies. Miho, you say we have the ones that bunch up so that we can have fun with ice bombs, but also there's still difficulty. Yes, exactly, exactly. And also when you are on top of fences or on top of the other enemies, there should be someone attacking you. So let's go into flying enemy movement. No, that's not the one. Flying enemy brain. No, it's health. I have the same thing. Oh, I just haven't assigned this here. So on enemy health, yeah, enemy health, I have to assign that there. But oh, okay. So I want to get component animation handler. That's it. And enemy movement script is gonna be yeah. If I inherit from enemy movement, I don't want to inherit from enemy movement. Let's see. And you said game design 100. Yeah, we're game designers out here. I'm just going to avoid the fact that I didn't think very well of a very important mechanic in the game with the spawning. Okay, let me remove. Okay, this is missing a script in enemy health, a movement script. So in enemy movement script, yeah, because this is particular to this. And Miho, you say, what if you gave it every script that the normal ones have for now and see if it moves or rolls? I think it should work. It should work. It's just that there would be some things breaking. Um, yeah, just like I could just change the graphics and it will work anyway. Like I can show you. Let me show you. Let's pull one of the enemies, the already existing ones. Enemy. Let's use this one for example. Let's put it here. And I'm going to prefab unpack completely so I don't break anything. And if I have here on enemy graphics, instead of having all of this, I could just have this sphere. Let's do 3D sphere, and I'm gonna put it in here. Yeah, enemy graphics. I'm going to delete graphics. The 0 to position out. Or let's make it that it's like on the ground. Minus 0.5, I think. Yeah. And now if I save and press play, I don't know if I'll get any errors. But if I save this and press play, okay, there are some errors, but not that many. Okay, it's struggling to move. Clearly, it is struggling to move. But there it is. I know what's happening. He just doesn't like to live. He's just constantly committing suicide. What if I get in the way? Yeah, so it works. It's just that there are a lot of things breaking with it. Yeah, it looks like that Kirby gif. It does. It does. Yeah. So I'm gonna delete this guy. There's enough suffering already that he had to go through. So let's save. And now, how can I modify the enemy health to basically like accommodate both scripts? Mm, so enemy health will have received damage. I'm just overriding received damage. Mm, so everywhere I use enemy movement script here, I'll have to override. Right? And so I will need another script. Or well, is enemy movement inheriting something? Enemy movement inheriting mono behavior. Yeah, this. So I could just have one thing that is like entity movement, and I'm going to inherit from there instead of inheriting from mono behavior. I could do that. I could do that. Velocity attack target. Mm, yeah, because there's a lot from here that I'm not using. Slow down, reset speed. Mm, yeah, I'll just do flying enemy health. I think it's the best approach. Right? Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to, but there's a lot of things that I want from here. Yeah, so I could just inherit from here, and instead of using enemy movement, I'm going to use something else. So yeah, um, let's do. Let's go into enemies. Enemies in scripts. Enemies and flying enemies. I'm going to make another script that's going to be scripting, mono behavior, flying enemy health. And I'm going to inherit from enemy health. And in here, what do I want to keep? I probably want to keep this. Yeah, I want to keep receive damage, both of those. The init I want to change. So I'm going to override this one. Protected, override, void, init, and animation handler, script, get component animation handler. Okay, so here the problem with that is that a lot of this, or all of them, of my variables here are private. I need to make them protected so they can be accessed from other scripts. Now, I don't need the enemy movement script. What I need is here, serialize field. Or no, why would I need to serialize this? Private is going to be movement script or any flying enemy movement. And I'm going to call it flying enemy movement enemy movement script. And I'm going to replace it here. Flying enemy movement script is equal to get component flying enemy movement. I'm going to delete this. And if flying enemy movement script is null, then I'm gonna say flying enemy movement script is missing in where? In flying enemy health. Flying enemy health. Now, what else do I want to get from there? Or what do I want to override? I just want to override the I just want to override the enemy movement things. So both of this. So I'm gonna do flying enemy movement script. It's not null. Then I'm going to do flying enemy movement script. That's slow down. And here, the same thing. Okay, now I need to create those functions on here. So let's go to the flying enemy movement. And it's completely empty. So what I need to do is creating slowdown and reset speed. Private or a public void slowdown and public void reset speed. And now it's no longer throwing an error. So here debug data log slowdown called. Going to do time. And here I'm just going to copy this, put it in here, and it's going to be reset speed called. Now I think we have the basics of enemy that doesn't throw errors, basically. So let's see, attack distance. Yeah, set to horde mode. Graphic MRs. I don't need 10 of this. I don't need 10. I only need one, I think. Let's go graphics. Set them there. And that should be ready. Let's try it out. Let's first check for no errors in the console. And there are errors in the console. So let's go back and read this. So on flying enemy brain, yeah, here I'm going to override this. So this is no longer going to call start. And where else? And Cheese, you say, all right, I have to go. Have a great day, Roman. Thank you for joining. Cheese, was a pleasure to have you here. And good luck with the rest of your day. Bye bye. See you next time. Okay, so multiple errors here, but this is just because I had the game playing while I changed code. And Mijo, you say I'm still here. I'm just dealing with Android nonsense. That's okay. That's okay. What are you dealing with? What are you trying to do? Okay, so console and enemy movement script is missing enemy health. So enemy movement script is missing an enemy health. So what? Yeah, I don't need this anymore. Yeah, I don't need it. Or I could just overwrite this. Yeah, I'm going to overwrite init. Oh, I did already like overwrite this. So why is it throwing me an error? Protected override void init. Enemy health, and I'm inheriting from enemy health, and I'm overwriting this. So why it's throwing me an error? And RTSA same, still here doing cloud code stuff. That's all right, all right. Um, best of luck to you guys. So cloud code stuff. Have you ever dealt with the problem that you're dealing right now? Oh, and I think something that you like to know, maybe art. I'm setting aside an hour a day to keep learning because for a long time after basically like being able to do whatever I wanted with coding, I stopped studying. So I started studying again, and I'm going to cover everything that I haven't covered yet because there's probably a lot. I would call myself um, I'm getting to an advanced level of programming here, specifically in C Sharp in Unity, but I wouldn't call myself like expert or master. So I would like to call myself expert or master one day. So that's why I'm back to studying. Okay, so here enablement equal null. Yeah, but I'm overwriting this. I'm overwriting this. Mm, what if I just comment this? Will it get called anyway? And art to say, that's good, but both are good, practical or in literature. Personally, you'd probably gain more from practical stuff like you do now. Um, yeah, probably. probably, but in literature, like there are some things related to architecture, for example, that are going to be, I think, are going to be a little bit harder for me to learn if I don't know what I have to implement first, you know. And me always say it's very late to do crash analytics, but when have we ever made good decisions? Time to add it everywhere. Crash analytics. Yeah, so still, yeah, I think I still think that having or that applying first makes you learn faster. Um, like if I were to keep just one, I would keep like practical. But if I can do both, I think I'm gonna benefit from it. Throwing new exceptions. Okay, so there's still one error with this, and it's here. Enemy movement stripped is missing enemy health. Let's go in here. Flying enemy movement. Yeah, enemy health. Yeah, so even if I overwrite this here, still calling it. We always say every important try catch needs fire-based trash analytics for testing and data. I'm on it. What's this? Remember enemy health in it marked as override cannot be marked as new or virtual. Well, I need to overwrite this anyway. I'm gonna search this because I don't know. Can I override an overridden function? Unity C chart? And I just say, bro, I never do server stuff. It's always someone else's job. Didn't think I'd ever try catch finally as much as I have. Low. You can override and already overuse the function. It's the core concept of inheritance. Subsequent overriding method is it the right class? Must use the override keyword. So if I inherit character virtual, yeah, I'm overriding here. Player, specific player. Yeah, so I can do this, but I don't know why it's not doing anything. This is enemy health, and here protected override. Maybe I'm forgetting to assign something else, and that's throwing me an error. But I don't see any more errors in the console. Weird. Yeah, so what if I do a debug here? Debug.log init called from flying enemy health script. Let's see. So errors, just one error. And it's the same one. Yeah, I'm not sure why, but I have my enemy health script, and in this script I have I'm overriding a function called init for initializing certain stuff, and that's no problem. The problems comes when I inherit enemy health and I try to override the init again. It just doesn't want to hear me. I could just get rid of this, but no, I really can't uh, get rid of this. I could get rid of the log error, but now you say what's the issue? You're pulling enemies and it won't initialize. Um, no, I'm not really pulling enemies or anything. I'm making another enemy. Like it's not even going to spawn because I haven't set it to spawn on the puller. It's just that I have enemy health here, a script that's called enemy health, and it's inheriting from health. Health has a script or has a function, sorry, that's called init to initialize certain stuff, and you can override it in whatever is inheriting, right? There's no problem there. Now I am inheriting that function init that comes from health, and I'm doing this. No problem there. Now, I have another script that is only for flying enemies, so it's flying enemy health, in which script I am inheriting from enemy health. And what I want to do is override the init again. That's already being overridden in enemy health. And it just doesn't want to just doesn't want to override it for some reason. And I even searched it. I can't do this in C sharp. And I think I have done this before, so I don't know where the problem is. Mm, yeah, and I even tried to call debug.log, and it's not getting printed. The mob is using flying enemy health. Yeah, I can try. I can try to see because I thought that maybe I didn't assign the correct script, and that's it. You're right. I didn't assign the correct script because I had everything. I forgot I was inheriting from enemy health. That was it. Thanks, Art. I think I'm cooked. I'm a little bit cooked. I'm just recovering from 4 hours of sleep. Yeah, so that was it, I think. Now, flying enemy health. I'm gonna put in here. I thought enemy health. That was it. Um, so yeah, let's do 30 here, 30 here, and let's try it now. Remove component and flying. Because I think I did assign it, but I assigned it while I was playing. Maybe that's why. Flying enemy health here. Let's do 30 and 30. Let's do play. So no problem. No problem. That was it. Seriously, seriously. Thank you, Arden. So bring this back, save, and let's try it. And so now the mob is using the correct script. Now it doesn't really animate now, but maybe that's because I haven't assigned other stuff there. Flying enemy movement, attack distance. Yeah, the animation handler. So let's go to the flying animation handler. Let me just see if the other enemies are getting animated. Yeah. Now in here, let's see. So I'm gonna close the other strips that I'm not using. Enemy brain no longer needed. Enemy health. I don't think I will need it. It has animation handler on damage animation. Yeah, but I'm already inheriting those. I believe I am already inheriting those. Let me see the setup, because maybe I don't have the collider where it should be. That's probably it. So I'm going to copy component, remove the component, and here add the component again. So it's going to be sphere collider, collider 2D, and that's it. Hard to say, or Mihul was first. You say, oh yeah, oh you can maybe make a build today where death is allowed. Yeah, that would be very good. Yeah, after I finish the stream, I'll do that. Let me put it on my tasks for today. I'll write it here so I don't forget to do it. Yeah, so make a build where the player can die. Yeah, very important for a playable version. And RG say, trying to figure out where the hell I put the secret on the Unity dashboard for Google's information. Well, good luck with that. A Unity secret. So is that for using? Yeah, like that's a secret for Google information. It's like a password, like a key. And Rinda MVD says, "Hello, what's up? What's up, Rinda? I hope I'm not butchering your name. Welcome to the stream." Okay, so here, um, I want to see how I had this set up for the other enemies. So I'm gonna do enemy here, enemy fire. Let's put it here. And I do have well, I have a rigid body and I have a capsule collider. And the capsule collider is trigger, provide contact, center. Okay, yeah, that's good. Now, for I need the rigid body, and the rigid body is set to kinematic and no gravity. Okay, let's delete this. And Arch, you say Google gives you a secret to get an authentication client ID from them, which I need to ensure is still correct. Okay, because my sidecar is not passing the check for purchase validation with Google. All right, all right. Okay, so now a sphere collider. I also need a rigid body, and here let's make it kinematic and use gravity. Is set to false, and I think now it should be able to take damage. It does. The only problem is that the only problem is that the color is not getting restored. So let's see how I can fix it. Yeah, so if I go to, well, it should be on an animation handler, I think. Or yeah, because that's the one that controls the animations. So enemy health doesn't have to be with that. Now flying enemy health doesn't either. And movement I'll leave for later. On brain for later too. So yeah, only thing that concerns me now is the flying enemy animation handler and the normal animation handler. So in here I have on damage animation. I'll grab the oh, the initialization is a little bit weird, I think. Graphics colors is gonna be graphics MRs. And Miho, you say, oh yeah, that's why my version control system primarily depends on. That's that's what my version control system primarily depends on. The authentication secret key. So I'm grabbing all the graphic colors. Let's go here. In graphic colors, well, I don't need 10. I just need however many there are in the graphics. So what if I do here on start? What if I do here on start? I'm going to say graphic colors. Graphics colors equal new. Well, it's a color, right? So how many is going to be graphic image renders? Length. Yeah, instead of doing that here. So let's see. Where is it that I'm changing the color? It's graphic mesh renders. Where am I using it? I'm using it here on damage animation. I'm setting it to white. Then I'm setting it to Graphics colors. Maybe I didn't assign the color. That's it. Maybe that's just it. Yeah. So if I go here, animation, flying animation handler, there should be a color for this. Oh, I'm grabbing it from the graphic itself. So there shouldn't be any issue. Why is it black? Why does it stay black? It should go to gray. Here, reset graphics, graphics colors. I'm not overriding the dye animation or anything. So on dye, I just get the material color. Every material color is gonna be set to white. Then I do the scale, and the scale is happening. Then yeah, the particle. Yeah, but that's for death. That's for death. And I'm gonna set it to red. Now, on init match renderers, initialize match renderers. Hmm. Okay, so yeah, that's good. In graphics colors is materials color. Not sure why is it's setting to black if it's grabbing that color. Graphic MRs. I is not no. Graphic MRs, where else I'm using this? On die and reset graphics, and where else? On damage. So here I'm setting every single one of them to white, and then I am setting them to back to the color they had on start. I'm gonna go into debug version, or like, yeah, debug mode on the inspector, and on graphics it's the default graphic, so shouldn't have any problem picking up the color from it. Flying enemy health, max health, current health. Is that active particles? So I have some, it's not in the health, it's here on animation handler, graphic colors. Let's see how it gets populated. Okay, so there is a problem with grabbing the color. There's a problem with grabbing the color because it's set to black basically. And to be fair, everything else is working because if I hit it, the color that it gets is black, but black is not the default color. So maybe if I change the material to something else, Let me try with another material. Let's do underscore mat. And uh let me get a red, for example, or this darker red. Maybe it could be just the material. That's a possibility. Oh, it goes back to black. It goes back to black. So it's not the material. Now I have to go into the graphic colors, and see where they are getting assigned. So it's on virtual protected start. Yeah, this I don't really care about, but let's keep it that way. Now in here on damage, yeah, but that's not assigning, that's getting it. Graphic colors, init met renders. Okay, so graphic MRs. And Mijo, you say, Roman, can you give me a BS, probably wrong definition of what the bouncy castle implementation does, real quick? Bouncy castle. Is that a design pattern or something? I can search it for you. I don't know what it is. Bouncy castle. A collection of APIs used for implementing cryptography in computer programs. It includes API for both the Java and C# programming language. Sounds like web dev BS. Yeah, you were pretty close, Art. It's an Android implementation. Um. Okay, so why is it not dropping it? Let's see. Graphic MRs in it. Mm, yeah, so it's going through this. It should grab. And Art to say Java boys are like precursor crypto bros with their naming. Yeah, let's close this. And let's go to normal mode. And I am setting the graphic MR here. I'm actually going to delete this part from here. And Miho is say I cannot stand Java. It sucks. Never using it. Isn't Java like the meme of Java is like is very similar to C sharp? I don't know if that's true. I've never even looked at Java, or maybe I did, but not with attention. You always say, and it's absolutely impossible to comprehend most website source scripts. Yeah, I'm just trying to find where where that goes wrong. And Miho, you say open any preferred website, F12, go to sources. Gonna break my mind. And I to say, how the fuck do you see int foo funk var int val a lambda operator foo equal value? Normal people say you catch val. Third web dev says val is in flight. Like what the fuck does in flight mean? Yeah, I don't know. It's like some sort of bro coding nomenclature. Um, dude, this is the same for everything. Why is it not working? Is it a sign? Could be null. Graphic MR's I is not null. But what if it's null? Else debug data log the graphic match render error is null. You will log warning. Flying over my head. It is what it is. In order to say, here's the shit. If you use their own terminology with them, they are fucking confused as hell. None of it is technical. It's all for show. Dude, I hate that. Really, I hate that. Just having different, having words made up just so you exclude people from knowing is absolute asshole behavior. Like you're gatekeeping knowledge and making people confused. It's like trying to make math seems more complex than it already is, just to look good. Or there are like multiple things where you can be an asshole in terms of knowledge. I'm just really against gatekeeping, especially using dumb words. Okay, is it no? Object reference was not set to an instance of an object. Humanoid animation handler. Graphics colors equal material dot color. Graphic MRs at length. How do you say? Yeah, I had to do dev on third web and took the time to get a handle on the terms. It was hell that I did it. Then when I used those words with the contractor, they were confused as fuck. Very bad behavior. What if I just do, what if I do this? I'm gonna do graphic, graphic MRs, number 0. It's gonna be graphic entity graphics t dot get component match render That's it. So now, if I do this, will work. And no, the computer confused as fuck. They can talk on a superficial level, and so I just said we will use the docs, which guess what? Uses normal language. Then you realize it's really just the business guys who run around with stupid terms. Makes more sense. Because who in their right mind would use those terms while developing things? It would make everything just more complicated. And me only say I just opened the stream avatar source and it's somewhat readable. I need therapy. That last line, I need therapy, just describes everyone here. Like every single one of us. Let's see. Where is the problem? Null reference exception. So there's something I haven't set. There's something I haven't set. Graphic MRs, graphic colors. And RGZ, now I need to figure out why when I try to get my Google credentials, Unity is saying it's an empty string. What can I tell you, dude? No reference. Let's see. I wanna check if on the other entities, basically the enemies, is still working. Oh no, not working anymore. What? Where did I fuck things up? Let's go back in time. Let's go back in time. Okay, yeah, not that far. Okay, yeah, that's it. All right, so it's just I took a lot of things from here, and I need to figure out what happened. Are things just not getting assigned? Let's see. So if I go to, I don't know, let's do one of the enemies. Realize I can't something worse. Let's go into prefabs. prefabs. Yeah, I need to search for the enemies. So here, enemies, enemy fire, for example. Let's go enemy. Animation handler. Everything is set. So there shouldn't be any problems with that. Hit area. Yeah, no problems with that. Graphic MRs. Oh, oh yeah. So this didn't get assigned properly now. What a nightmare. I don't really want to assign this again. And for every humanoid, I'll have to do that. So here, in init match renders graph 0. So I am, yeah, match render. I am setting them here. So the problem's not there. And what if I go back in time here? Back to when I had. This was okay. Yeah, let's see. So that's causing problems in the other script. Not anymore, it seems. Yeah, so there it is. That's my save. Let's save this and let's try it again. I just want to make that the enemies don't break again. I just want to know they are not breaking. Let's play again. Yeah, so they're getting hit properly. And what about the other one? I don't know what happened, but it seems to be okay now. Seems to be okay. Um, graphic MRs. Yeah, so what I want to do in here is I'm just gonna do here. I'll probably just overwrite this. I'll probably just overwrite this on animation handler flying. I'm just going to have this here, copy and paste. And here I'm going to override, and I'm going to use the base of the init match renders. But before, I'll say the graphics MRs is going to be the first one is going to be the graphic or entity graphics D that match render or get component, match render, and let's save. Now let's see. Yeah, I think it works. Um, I'd like to see this in slow motion because I'm not exactly sure if it gets white. I think it does, but I want to make sure in slow-mo. I'm gonna throw a spell here. And it shrinks. I don't know if it changes color. Let me go from here. And I'll see if it changes. Oh, it's not changing color. Not changing color. So let's go here. Graphics, material, color. But I'm using the same die animation, whatever. The same on damage. The same thing everywhere. And could it be that it's no? Could it be that it's no? Hmm, let's see. Because I am getting it from the entity graphics. And I get component match render. I want to see if it's no. If graphics or entity, yeah, graphics MRs 0 is no. Debug.log error graphics MR 0 is null. And I don't think there was any other error in the console either. So let's press play. Oh, it's not null. Any problem here? Oh. Well, what a weird thing. What a weird thing. You know what? I'm gonna leave it here. I'm gonna leave it here. I'll figure this out uh, tomorrow, probably. I'm going to make a build of the game with the dying in the game. It would be nice um, after the stream. So it should be in a couple of hours up on itch. And yeah, that's all for today. Tomorrow I'm gonna continue with doing the flying enemy, and I'll have to give some thought to what I was doing with like a better way to keep the player on the zone that's not making new enemies appear. So yeah, That's it. Thank you a lot for joining. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and see you next time. Bye bye. Take care, guys. What do you mean take care? Like take care, like just take care. What do you mean? What do you mean? Just take care. I hope you're okay. So yeah, see you later. Bye bye. You too, Mijo. Have a nice day.